At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll begin with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Councillor Jans. Morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Knack. I'm not sure if he's online.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. You'll be here in person shortly. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador will be here shortly. Yep, with notice. No. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or a family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. Can I get an adoption of the agenda?
I'll move adoption of the agenda with, the following changes: replacement attachments for item 4.3, bylaw 21525 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, attachment 2. And item 412, bylaw 21538 to amend the zoning bylaw 20001 to add a new special area attachment 1.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Questions? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Morgan. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Well, I don't have a formal council protocol recognition. I do want to welcome City of Edmonton Workplace Systems and Analysis, I think it's branch, who is on their City Hall tour. Well, thank you all very much for being here. I hope you stay for a little bit of public hearing and enjoy the rest of your tour today. Thank you. Okay, we have requests to reschedule reports, none. Before we begin, I just want to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. I think many people are familiar, but it's always a good refresher. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on the screen in the chamber. The timer lights will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. When there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. When everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and the other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. And finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. For everyone participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and if you're not here in person, or if you are here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. Clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.1, bylaw 21530, to allow for a range of small-scale residential uses and associated public open space and utilities? Kendall?
We have 3 speakers in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.2, bylaw 21524, to allow for medium-scale housing? Chauncey?
We have 2 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Items 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21525 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, bylaw 21526 to amend the Uplands Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21527 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, the Uplands?
We have 1 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Items 4.6 and 4.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21528 to amend the Eau Claire Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21529 to allow for medium-scale housing and a stormwater facility, Eau Claire?
We have 3 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Items 4.8, 4.9, and 4.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21531 to amend the Pilot Sound Area Structure Plan, bylaw 21532 to amend the Gorman Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 21533 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing and a stormwater management facility, Gorman?
We have 2 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Items 4.11, 4.12, and 4.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 21537 to amend the Rossdale Area Redevelopment Plan, bylaw 21538 to amend the zoning bylaw 20001 to add a new special area, or bylaw 21539 to allow for medium and large-scale development, Rossdale?
We have 4 in favor and 11 opposed.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Is there anyone here to speak to item 4.14, bylaw 21519, text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, child care services?
We have 1 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that was all of that. So at this time, I invite council members to sign up and select the items. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'll select item 4.14. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Tang. I will select item 4.2 and item 4.6 and item 4.7.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'll select items 411, 412, and 413.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Paquette.
yeah, thanks. I'll select 4.8 to 4.10.
4A to 410.
Yeah, so 4.8, 4.9, 4.10.
Thank you. Seeing no one else. Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to move the balance? Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I will move. Can I look to the clerk? What is the balance?
So you will be moving closure of the public hearing for item 4.1, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would move closure of the public hearing on the aforementioned items, bylaw 21530, bylaw 21525, bylaw 21526, and bylaw 21527.
Second.
Second by Counselor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please.
Yes.
Oh,
My apologies, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I'm a
We
yes.
will mark you present. We have your vote. We have all the votes.
please display the vote. And that's been carried.
I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Counselor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried.
I'll move consideration of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Counselor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
That's been carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21530, 21525, 21526, and 21527.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Jans and second by Counselor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Thank you very much. We also do have a request to refer on item 4.8, 4.9, and 4.10. So at this time, can I get a motion to bring those items forward?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Counselor Paquette. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried. So so in terms of moving to refer, would the ward councillor like to?
Yeah, I just have a question for administration.
Sure.
The purpose for referral?
There was an error in the zoning line in the bylaw or the advertisement when we were reviewing the agenda. So we have to make that correction and re-advertise.
Re-advertise. Okay, yep, I'm fine. All right, so I'll move the referral.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Paquette to refer these three items back to administration to adjust the zoning map and return to a future public hearing, and seconded by Counselor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Okay, we're just for the agenda, we're going to start with 4.2 and move on to 4.6, 4.7, 4.11, 4.12, 4.13, and then 4.14. Excellent. So before I turn it over to administration for the presentation on 4.2, just want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is an important part of council's process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of
Hot mic.
opinions.
Councilor Paquette.
Thank you. To hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors and support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, will not be tolerated. Anyone continuing to demonstrate these types of behaviors will be removed and will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. I will not provide any additional warnings. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. And with that, I'll turn over to administration on 4.2 bylaw 21524 to allow for medium-scale housing in Shawnee.
Good morning. This application proposes a rezoning from the medium-scale residential zone, or RMH16, to the medium-scale residential zone, RMH23 zone, to allow for medium-scale housing up to 23 meters in height. Next slide, please. The rezoning site consists of one parcel, approximately 0.4 hectares in size, located west of 66th Street in the eastern portion of the Shawnee neighborhood. The surrounding land uses are largely undeveloped, with a natural wetland and multi-use trail to the west of the site and commercial development on the east side of 66th Street. This is part of the final stages of development in the Shawnee neighborhood. Next slide, please. Through engagement, administration notified 280 residents. We heard from one resident with concerns regarding increased traffic congestion in the area and decreasing property values of the nearby single-family homes. Next slide, please. When compared to the RMH23 zone, when compared to the RMH16 zone, the RMH23 zone will add 7 meters, which is 2 stories in height, increase the FAR from 2.3 to 3, and the minimum density from 45 to 75 dwellings per hectare. In addition, the RMH23 zone includes regulations that increase the side setback to 6 meters above the 4th story, which mitigates potential massing impacts that may result from the increased height. The RMH23 zone will result in a taller and larger building and more density. In addition, the increased density will allow more people to access the wetland, which is adjacent to this site. Next slide, please. Land use for this is directed by the Edmonton North Area Structure Plan and the Shawnee Neighborhood Structure Plan, which designates the site as residential and medium density respectively. The proposed rezoning conforms to both the plans, which supports this scale of development when located along a collector roadway and adjacent to a neighborhood park. Next slide, please. This map shows the future arterial roadway improvements along with expected completion dates where available. A full traffic signal is currently in place at the site's access from the intersection of 170th Avenue and 66th Street. The 170th Avenue collector will be extended west of 66th Street to serve the development. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It will allow for the continued development of the Shawnee neighborhood in conformance with the neighborhood structure plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers. Wei Zwicker is here to answer questions only, and then Jared Suti to make a presentation. Okay, please come on down to the podium. Yeah, as mentioned, you have the lights there in front of you to give you indication of when your time might be up. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jared Sudi with Sheffer Andrews, speaking on behalf of Amherst Shawnee South. We are here in support of bylaw 21524. As administration has outlined, the application proposes a rezoning to change the height modifier from RMH16 to RMH23 within the medium-scale residential zone. This change will allow for an additional 2 stories of height or 6 stories instead of 4 stories for future development. Administration has reviewed the proposal and recommends approval. Today I would like to briefly explain why this site is particularly well suited for the modest increase in density contemplated by the proposed rezoning. Next slide. First, this proposal is consistent with the long-term vision for the area. The site has been designated medium-density residential through the approved Shawnee Neighborhood Structure Plan for many years. The application does not introduce a new land use or alter the intended development pattern for the neighborhood. Rather, it allows for a modest increase in housing opportunities on lands that are intended to accommodate medium-density residential development. The site will be surrounded by amenities and infrastructure that make it a logical location for additional density. The parcel fronts a future collector roadway and is adjacent to other medium density zone lands to the east and north. It is also located beside a future park in the Chauncey wetland. Future residents will have convenient access to the trail system along the wetland, transit service within a 100-meter walking distance along 66th Street, and nearby existing and future commercial services, including the McConaughey Landing Shopping Mall, to support local businesses. Together, these features create an ideal environment for additional housing while supporting the city's objectives of creating complete communities. Next slide. Importantly, the site presents a unique opportunity to accommodate additional housing with limited impacts on established neighborhoods. Due to the location and the size of the Chauncey wetland, the site is physically separated from established low-density residential areas within Chauncey to the west. As such, future residents will not need to travel through established local neighborhood streets to access the broader road network. Instead, traffic will be directed to the collector and arterial roadway systems that are being built and upgraded currently. It has also been confirmed that the slight increase in density from the proposed rezoning can be accommodated within the planned transportation network and servicing scheme. We recognize that traffic is a concern that has been raised through public engagement and based on previous applications within the area. However, substantial transportation improvements have recently been completed and are ongoing and planned, including major upgrades to both 167th Avenue and 66th Street. Compatibility is also an important consideration, as the site is immediately adjacent to medium density zoned parcels and does not directly abut existing or future low density homes. The rezoning is compatible with adjacent uses. We also prepared a shadow study as part of the application, highlighting minimal shadow impacts to the surrounding area. Next slide. In closing, this application represents a logical and appropriate evolution of the approved vision for Chauncey. It supports additional housing opportunities in a location that is already planned for medium-density residential development, is supported by significant transportation investments, and is surrounded by compatible land uses. By building slightly higher, the city can make more efficient use of planned infrastructure, transit services, and nearby amenities without expanding the development footprint, thereby maximizing the value of existing public investments in roads, utilities, parks, and transit infrastructure. On behalf of Amherst Chauncey South, we respectfully request Council supports Bylaw 21524. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Council members who have questions, Councillor Principe, you selected this. Go ahead.
Apologies, I didn't sign up. Thank you,
That's okay.
Councillor Tang. I do not have any questions for the speakers, just for administration. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing there's no other questions for the speakers, we'll go to administration. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Tang. So I do have a question about the usable green space with the increase in density. So we're seeing several rezonings coming forward in this neighborhood, and slight increase in density is what I continually hear, but that seems to be for several parcels. And I just want to ensure that we have adequate usable green space for the increase in density.
We certainly do, and we would say that this application, given that it's in conformance with the area redevelopment plan, the area is developing exactly the way it was intended to, and those parks were planned for the level of people that this rezoning will support, including those others that you referenced.
Okay, so the increase in density in consideration for this application?
Yes, so the increase in density was taken into consideration when evaluating this application, and there is plenty of green space, whether that's the natural area or municipal reserve, to serve the future population of this neighborhood.
Okay, and the natural area, are you including the lake that's there? Because that's, you know, it's nice walking around, but that is not usable space itself.
Correct. We understand that that's not usable space, but again, just the amenity feature that's surrounding it, we do include that as part of our analysis.
Right, okay, yeah, so I just wanted to ensure that we're not using that as usable space. Okay, thank you for saying that. And another thing that I found intriguing that you said is that this will allow more people to access wetland. Now, are you just saying more people are going to live by it? Because it's not going to be, like, only those people living there will have access to it.
Yeah, that's just in reference to the increase in density. So the folks who will be living there who have direct access to it, there will just be more of them.
Right, okay, so not necessarily more people will have access to the wetland,
I mean, it's public, so
right? Okay,
people can
that's what I
access
just
it,
wanted
but
to
yeah.
ensure. When you said that, it kind of made me concerned that it would be, like, it would be cut off, a
No.
portion would be
No,
inaccessible to public.
no,
Okay,
not the
good.
case.
Okay, thank you. I'll move closure then.
I'm just gonna, is
Sorry.
there any questions for new information that has arisen from any of this? That's okay. Seeing none, Councillor Principe, would you like to close public hearing?
Thank you, Chair Tang. I'll move closure.
Second.
of Item 4.2.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 21524.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. To speak on first reading, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, there are going to be arterial road pressures across the city in the coming years, and it's something that we should be getting ahead of. There's already a lot of pressure. We know the south side is facing a lot, and it's mounting on the north side to a startling degree. I know of one intersection that in 1 year, from I think 2023 to 2024, jumped by 10,000 vehicles, and I will say that from 2024 to 2025, much less 2025 to what we anticipate the end of 2026, those numbers will increase again in an incredible volume. So as we are approving these, I would absolutely like to just put on the record for the public, for administration, for council, the fact that I do believe that investment in arterials is going to be incredibly important in this upcoming budget in order to handle the volume of people that we have seen moving into the city and who are now expanding, not just on the south side, which is slowing a little bit, but really incredibly rapidly to the north side. And if any councillors or administration would like to come with me to see that firsthand, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Chair Tang. I just wanted to follow up on what a colleague had stated. This is a concern that I've heard from several people and witnessed myself as well, the traffic. And from my understanding, with the development that will be occurring, that will open up the opportunity for the roads to be widened to accommodate that growth. So I'm hoping to see further development of the roadway to accommodate all the people we'll be welcoming. And I just wanted to say that ensuring that there's adequate green space is always a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote for consideration.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21524.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Nadia.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Oh, that's been carried. Thank you. Thank you, and that wraps up 4.2. We'll move on to 4.6 and 4.7. Is the delegation just getting ready? Please go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 5.3 hectares of land in the Eau Claire neighborhood. The application would allow for low and medium-rise residential, a pocket park, and stormwater management facility uses. The application also includes an amendment to the Eau Claire NSP, and a future road closure application to facilitate the application will be forthcoming soon. Next slide, please. The site is located north of 153rd Avenue and east of 97th Street near the southwest corner of the Eau Claire neighborhood. The site is largely undeveloped with a temporary stormwater management facility and a single detached home currently on the site. The single detached home is slated for removal to facilitate the planned stormwater facility. Neighboring uses include single detached housing to the north, commercial development to the west, and a variety of religious assembly uses in the area. The site is within walking distance to the Eau Claire Transit Center, providing connectivity to the broader citywide transit network. There's also regular bus service along 153rd Avenue on the southern edge of the site. Part of the site falls within the 153rd Avenue secondary corridor and is in proximity to the 97th Street corridor. The commercial and community service amenities within proximity to the site offer future residents the ability to meet their daily needs locally. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using a variety of methods, including information on the city's website, mailed notices, and site signage. One person in opposition was heard from with concerns about impacts on neighboring properties and development, as well as one person with questions only. Next slide, please. The application proposes an amendment to the Eau Claire Neighborhood Structure Plan to facilitate this rezoning. The amendment adds low-rise residential along collector roadways in the future stormwater management facility and a pocket park. This focuses density around the amenities and increases the neighborhood's overall density. This application conforms to the Northwest District Plan and the North Edmonton Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. The proposed RMH16 and RMH23 are compatible with current and future land uses. These zones are located adjacent to collector roadways and 153rd Avenue. The application locates density in proximity to amenities such as the future pocket park, the transit center, and commercial uses. Next slide, please. The owner will be required to construct the 156th Avenue Northwest and 95th Street Northwest collector roadways, including 2 southbound lanes on 95th Street and the signalization of 153rd Avenue Northwest and 95th Street Northwest intersections. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it increases residential density in close proximity to 2 secondary corridors and the Eau Claire Transit Center. It helps to facilitate ongoing development in the Eau Claire neighborhood, and it facilitates the development of a stormwater management facility. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Marco Baraldo and Scott Cole, both from Stantec for questions only, and Jen Brown from SUIL Management. I'm not sure if I said that right, but also for questions only. At this time, I will ask the counselor.
Thank you. I just have questions for administration.
Okay, sounds good. We'll just turn it over to administration. Seeing there's no other questions for speakers, we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Tang. So I do have a question about the stormwater management, and you know it's quite relevant right now as we speak about it. And I see in the map, right beside this parcel of land is also another area that's zoned public utility, PU, right beside it. So I'm just trying to get an understanding, if that will be swapped, are we going to see a change there?
It's increasing the size to the ultimate design. I can let Jatinder provide more information.
Councillor, previously we had a non-participating landowner, so we were not able to build the storm pond to the ultimate design. With this application, that land has been purchased, and now the storm pond will be built to its ultimate design, and the whole area would be a wet storm pond.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ensure that. And one of the things that threw me off a little bit was in the report, page 12, the area, the stormwater management facilities that was marked off. I guess my concern was that we weren't going to have the appropriate stormwater management with it being deleted from the bylaw. However, what I'm hearing is that it's actually going to be increased, correct? Okay, great. And from what I see, it looks like there's adequate green space for the densification in the area, correct?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Okay, I think those were my only questions. I'm okay to...
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the round of questions. Seeing no other questions to administration, does council have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that has arisen during the public hearing? Seeing none, Councillor Principe?
I'll move closure of item 4.6 and 4.7.
Second.
Second by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Councillor Principe?
I will move first reading of bylaw 21528 and bylaw 21529.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. If anyone would like to speak, please sign up. If not, Councillor Principe, do you want to close?
No, thank you.
Great, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has been carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21528 and bylaw 21529.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on final reading.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has been carried. Thank you very much. We'll change over the delegation, and we'll be on 411, 412, and 413. And then for those speakers on 414, we're probably not going to get to you until the afternoon.
Good morning. This application includes 3 components: the creation of a new special area and 2 new zones that allow for medium and large-scale housing within the river crossing area of the Rossdale neighborhood, a rezoning of a portion of land within the special area to these 2 new zones, and an amendment to the Rossdale Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, that establishes special area zoning as a means of achieving the unique planning objectives for river crossing. Next slide, please. The Rossdale ARP outlines a vision for the western area of the neighborhood, known as River Crossing, the boundaries of which are outlined in blue on the screen, which includes the development of new housing, improvements to the road network, redevelopment of a stretch of the north bank of the river called Touch the Water Promenade, a new park, and the adaptive reuse of the Rossdale Power Plant. Next slide, please. The purpose of the special area and its associated zones is to enable the housing component of the river crossing vision. Being located between downtown and the river valley, the site has excellent access to a variety of amenities, including active transportation modes such as frequent bus service, the bike network, as well as large open space and natural areas for active and passive recreation. This area is also designated as being within the Center City major node, where the highest and most intense forms of development are supported. Next slide, please. For this application, administration engaged with surrounding residents through the city's webpage, site signage, over 1,000 mailed notices, and direct communication. Of the 5 residents who provided feedback, 2 provided support for zoning that would enable new housing within the area, while 3 residents provided concerns regarding increased parking congestion, crime, stress on existing utilities, and the potential for flooding. Administration also notified Indigenous governments within Treaties 6, 7, and 8. No feedback was received. Next slide, please. The 2 new zones, called the River Crossing Medium-Scale Residential Zone and the River Crossing Large-Scale Residential Zone, will facilitate development in conformance with the ARP's mid-rise, high-rise, and at-grade commercial designations. Though similar in scale and density to the existing zoning, these special area zones will modernize the regulatory framework, allowing for development that more closely reflects the standards for medium and large-scale housing of today's zoning bylaw. Because River Crossing is a large area that is expected to develop in stages over a longer period of time, special area zoning also provides the benefit of being more flexible and adaptive, allowing for opportunities for variances and being subject to regular updates to the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. A key objective of the Rossdale ARP is to ensure new development in this area is achieving a high standard of urban design. The special area zoning establishes a strong interface between the built form and public realm by informing minimum and maximum setbacks and active residential or commercial uses to create a compact and active urban environment. Key roadway improvements are required within the rezoning area for the first phase of development, shown in red on screen. These include new roadway construction of 102nd Street and internal alleys, reconstruction of 96th Avenue, and signalization at 102nd Street and 97th Ave. Next slide, please. This application conforms to the Rossdale ARP by establishing a special area for medium and large-scale development within the Rossdale project boundary and facilitating the first phase of development. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It aligns with the development objectives of the Rossdale Area Redevelopment Plan, which designates this area for medium and high-density housing, and it modernizes uses and zoning regulations in alignment with the current standards of the zoning bylaw, allowing for an efficient implementation of housing in the river crossing area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with speakers in favor. First, Neil Osaduek. I invite you to come down. From City of Edmonton. You have a presentation, I understand. And the others, Averill McCalla, Andrew Shearstone from City of Edmonton, you're to answer questions only. And then is Kyle Sholey here online? Kyle, are you online? He is not online. If he joins, we'll try to make sure he's heard. Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of council. My name is Neil Azaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. I'm joined by Avro McCalla, Project Lead for River Crossing, and Andrew Sherstone, Acting General Supervisor of Land Development Planning. Today we are here as the applicants of the proposed Special Area Zones, ARP Amendment, and rezoning application for the Rossdale area, which is part of the implementation of the River Crossing Community Redevelopment Project. Next slide, please. Special area zones will apply to the redevelopment area as shown on the slide. The lands won't be automatically rezoned to the special area zone, and future developers will have the option to pursue rezoning to other zones if applicable. These special area zones will update the existing direct control zoning regulations to have similar scale, uses, and densities while aligning with the new zoning bylaw and updated city policies and standards. They will support and enable development by removing prescriptive detailed site plans in favor of flexible urban design regulations that align with current construction practices and reduce the potential need for future amendments and updates. Next slide, please. The two river crossing special area zones proposed as part of the application are the river crossing medium scale residential, or RCRM, and river crossing large scale residential, or RCRL. The locations and uses of these zones are intended to mirror the development rates of the current DC zoning, as well as the development concepts of the business plan and the area redevelopment plan. As shown on the slide, medium density uses will be located in the east and will transition to high density buildings west and north towards downtown. The river crossing medium scale residential zone allows for 4 to 6 story primarily residential buildings and is intended to enable the development of low to mid-rise housing. And the river crossing large scale residential zone allows for mixed use buildings from 7 to 15 stories and is intended to enable the development of mid to high rise housing. Special area zones are beneficial for river crossing as it provides the opportunity for context specific regulations to ensure development meets the objectives of the business plan and the ARP. These special area zones were drafted to align with the ARP, however, an amendment is required to allow for the use of special area zones as proposed in this application. Next slide, please. While the special areas will apply to the entire redevelopment area, we're seeking rezoning at this time for the first 2 phases of development, which are located east of Rossdale Road and both north and south of 97th Ave, as shown on the slide. This will allow for the first phase of development to proceed on schedule, with future phases to be rezoned as the project moves forward. Next slide, please. An associated subdivision application for the first phase of development has been submitted for the city to review. Should this rezoning be approved, we'll continue with the subdivision application, which includes the construction of 102 Street between 96th Avenue and 97th Avenue, full signalization of the new intersection at 102 Street and 97th Avenue, reconstruction of a portion of 96th Avenue, and new and upgraded underground infrastructure. Following approval of the rezoning, we expect our conditional approval of subdivision in the coming weeks. Design work is already underway, and early construction activities may start in late 2026, with the majority of construction taking place in 2027, and our target for having lots ready for public sale is in late 2027. Next slide, please. This work has strong alignment with Council's priorities and principles. Using land enterprise retained earnings to redevelop city-owned lands in a major node results in revenue for the city and supports economic development and fiscal sustainability. Additionally, this redevelopment will create a dense community that will increase access to housing and a connection to the river valley for Edmontonians, aligning with growth management, safety, and affordability. Redeveloping city-owned lands into communities that achieve multiple beneficial outcomes for Edmontonians, respects the historical significance of the area, and doesn't require tax levy dollars to achieve, aligns with the quality service expected from a city-led development of this nature. Lastly, engagement work and ongoing dialogue with rights holders and local communities exemplifies the city's principle of being relationship-driven. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So at this time for questions for, oh, actually, I'm gonna call Kyle Sholey again. He's not online, so I'm going to go to questions. Councillor Stevenson, you selected this. You have questions for speaker?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to follow up on one of the last comments you were making, just in terms of ongoing engagement with rights holders and local communities members. Could you elaborate a little bit more about the work that's happening there?
Good morning. Thanks for the question. Avra McCalla with the real estate team. We are working on an ongoing basis with rights holders in the context of river crossing across the board. So we take an approach that's defined in the River Crossing Indigenous Involvement Approach that seeks to have ongoing dialogue as well as project-specific engagement and consultation. A monitoring program will be in place going forward with any ground disturbance, information sharing on a regular basis. So in the context of this particular rezoning, for example, the city administration team spoke to sharing information with rights holders regarding the submissions. We've mirrored that to an extent from the River Crossing Project Office, and we've also been in direct contact with the governments, sharing information about the rezoning, and both back in November as we were submitting and more recently as the public hearing date was scheduled.
Great, that's really helpful context. And so again, this wasn't, I think the report notes that there was no feedback received from the governments that was shared with. And again, my understanding is that that wasn't sort of just a single notification about this single rezoning. There's an ongoing conversation and relationship that's happening here.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. And you mentioned, these would be available for sale in late 2027. I'll look to legal, but that does provide time, just in terms of the timing, in terms of engaging with rights holders and governments who may be interested in partnering in some of this work.
Yes, that's correct. And one of the things that we've tried to do through the Indigenous involvement approach in our information sharing is really extend, I think I used this language when we were here previously, the runway toward different project milestones. That goes for land sales as well. So we've been projecting for quite some time that these will be coming and that the city is interested in ownership opportunities for rights holders in this area and seeking to define a land sales process that is reflective of that interest as well.
Great. Thank you very much. And you mentioned sort of some of the ongoing monitoring with any archaeological disturbance that happens, just recognizing the high historical significance of this site. Could you talk a little bit more about the, I can ask administration as well, but just in terms of what has been built into the zones themselves to help with that protection and that process?
Thank you, Councillor. Because most of the, I'm going to say the Heritage Rivers Act is a provincial responsibility, we as a municipality are very limited in what we can and can't articulate in zoning. So we've been really careful to do a couple of different things to try to mitigate that. One is the overarching zoning actually requires applicants to show to a development officer that they understand their obligations through that act so that we're not superseding our responsibility, as well as utilizing a number of other tools outside of zoning, such as our sales agreements and our relationships through when we develop land, to make sure that that work is undertaken. As part of our phase one work, we've undergone the process of working through the approval process for the work that we're completing. And that's just like one of those components or one of those steps that we're working through along the way. But the intent is to rationalize a lot of those requirements outside of zoning, but identify that the zoning is identify in zoning that there are responsibilities that landowners will have to take on.
Yeah, actually, and that's a helpful reminder. I'd forgotten that nuance. So we are sort of prohibited to regulate anything that is regulated at the provincial level. But again, I noticed that the zoning isn't silent on it. So again, there is that clear requirement to ensure alignment with provincial standards.
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure that that was embedded somewhere in the zoning, both to sort of signal responsibilities for landowners in the area, but as well as make sure that we don't miss anything when someone comes in with an application, that they've actually done their due diligence in doing that work.
Right.
So we're trying to strike that balance between not being able to regulate provincial responsibility, but requiring it in the zoning.
Okay, great. And so that is, again, a strong signal for the development officer who might be reviewing this to take those steps, and then also hearing, again, the applicant committed to embedding that in through other tools like sales agreements. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So you're here as the applicant or representing another applicant?
We are the applicant.
Okay, so this is city-owned land.
Correct.
Okay, and you talked about that we should have approval in the next few weeks, and then they're going to be for sale late 2027. So the city is developing this?
Correct.
And so any of the costs that we're talking about related to the signalization and upgrading of roads and that is city cost as well?
It is. It's funded through land enterprise retained earnings as part of our land development portfolio.
Okay. And in administrations, and I guess I'll refer to them as administration, in their presentation, they did talk about Indigenous engagement happened on April 13th. That was the only time that, because I think your office conducted the engagement, correct?
In the context of the rezoning, we reached out to rights holders directly both in November of 2025 as well as this spring to notify them of the submission or the application. And then a week and a half ago, emailed them again notifying them of the public hearing date being scheduled. That was sent to rights holders, government consultation contact.
Oh, okay, so email, is that normally sort of the way that we develop relationships with our Indigenous community?
So that was just in the context of the specific rezoning. We're on an ongoing basis, working with rights holders with connections to this land through other means. That includes written, email information, sharing as different aspects of the project move along in the form of a bulletin. But we're also in regular contact with our memoranda partners and with other partners as we advance different pieces of work within the river crossing area. That includes meetings, that includes engagement, that includes conversations at various points of different projects to ensure that there's ongoing information sharing, opportunities for involvement in terms of procurement, in terms of dialogue, in terms of information sharing.
Okay,
So
and that ongoing dialogue, though, is not specific to this application? It was just those two touch points, one in November, or those emails, one in November, one in April?
From the River Crossing Project Office, correct.
Okay. Do we ever engage our Indigenous Relations Office?
I work regularly with them, yes.
Okay, and did they, I guess, any attempt with them or by them to reach out in regards to this specific rezoning?
We work very closely with them and on all of our touch points with rights holders. I am being careful about what was specific to this rezoning and our ongoing conversations with rights holders because they do happen in different pieces of conversation, different topics come up at different times. We are in regular contact through various mechanisms and means, be it face-to-face dialogue, project engagement. Specifically, these were the specific touch points on this rezoning in particular.
Those two in November.
Councillor, I'll also add, apologies for interrupting. We modify our consultation program depending on the feedback we receive. So we went into this with the opportunity, the option to try to pivot to what kind of response we got to define if we need to do like an open house or additional engagement. And so when we reached out to our stakeholder groups, we did not receive a lot of feedback. And so we sort of modified or parsed down a broader engagement strategy in favor of just what we did, which is like the regular contact with the organization. So it was a strategic decision made based on the lack of feedback that we received.
So you parsed it down rather than expand it to, I guess, to further develop the relationship and
building on what Avril said, I mean, we do have working relationships with a lot of our stakeholder groups. So they're, I would say, pretty strong relationships that we have right now. It's just the lack of response on this one is really what dictated how we proceeded through the application.
Okay, was there any attempt to reach out to those that are coming to speak in opposition to this?
I have spoken directly with some of the speakers today in the context of the information sessions that were led by the Rossdale Neighborhood Renewal Team. I was present at those engagement sessions and did speak with some of the folks who are coming to speak today.
And which ones in my last 20 seconds?
Mr. Delorme?
Okay, which Mr. Delorme? Gerald?
Correct.
Okay, and any others?
Yes, but I cannot recall who specifically off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you very much. I just had a question in regards of flood as that came into, that was one of the feedback from somebody in opposition. Do you have any comments on the floodplain?
Yeah, we did take a look at that. There's no flooding in there's no flooding in a 100-year or 200-year storm. When the storms get to like 350, we do start to see some in the redevelopment area. Some does happen in the existing area before that, but the area we're looking at redeveloping, it's not before a 200 storm. And just kind of for context, all new developments in the city are developed to a 100-year storm. So it's on par, kind of functioning a little bit better than other new neighborhoods that would be coming in, just because it doesn't quite flood that way. And then we're also improving the storm network and everything to help mitigate some of the issues in the area as well.
So we built to a 100-year storm, and you said this one is a 350-year.
New neighborhoods are designed to 100-year storms, and looking at the floodplain, this area doesn't have any really risk of flooding until about a 350 storm, somewhere between 200 and 350. So it's above like standards for other areas.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. My question's for legal. When there's, I guess, so the city has kind of an architecture, like we have to fulfill certain duties under the MGA, correct? And that's sort of our main piece of legislation, is that fair to say?
Yes, most of what we do is governed by the MGA.
So when we hear other agreements that we have, like in the city, we have an Indigenous framework, we have an Aboriginal declaration, we have different other commitments as well. I guess where I'm trying to go with this is I'm trying to understand the architecture of all of our obligations, and when you hear something like a phrase like duty to consult or national level agreements or federal agreements, obviously we have our treaty obligations here and other pieces, but I'm trying to understand how all of this links together in a public hearing context, and how, like, what are we being asked to consider today, and how to think about that in context of all these other considerations.
Right, so I think there was a comment earlier that probably correctly identified the fact that no act of council can validly contravene a higher order of law. So if, council tries to do anything contrary to the MGA, that's not valid. In terms of council's responsibility under UNDRIP and in terms of council's requirements for engagement or the city's requirement to engage on these issues, the obligations have been met.
So would it be fair to say if administration brought something forward that was contravening legislation in some way, that it wouldn't have made it to this table, that legal would have intercepted it and said, you can't do that, that is not allowed, and you have to take it back and do something different? Is that
Yes,
fair?
that is a big part of the review, is to say, have all the obligations been met? Is this a thing that council can deal with at the public hearing?
Right, and administration can't override that. They can't just say, no, thanks legal, we're gonna roll the dice here and bring it to council and let them decide.
No.
So once again, just coming back to the main area, the question today is about this particular parcel and whether or not it should be rezoned. I'm just trying to separate everything in the conversation back to this piece of land between 96 Ave and 97 Ave.
Yes, the conversation for the council public hearing is the planning conversation. And I think validly it's brought up that engagement with Indigenous peoples, engagement with the community, just as at every other public hearing, has there been appropriate engagement? And we're confident that administration has met the obligations.
So the other pieces about, say, like whether river crossing or those the future broadly, the power plant or anything like that, is that germane, or is that a separate debate we should have at a later time, and today we should remain focused on the question of this parcel?
I think council has heard many times from this seat, remain focused on what's in front of you today.
Okay.
And I should add, no consideration given to who owns the property or who is the proponent of the application. What is the land going to be used for? Is it appropriate?
Okay. And the current ownership is irrelevant. How about the current use?
So
the current use of this land in question right now. Like, if we were in a contract with somebody or we're leasing it or something, is that's not relevant to the zoning?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just quick question, just seeing them presented. How's the market demand for this residential? Like, how's the analysis we've done on that if we're talking about 800 potential dwellings?
We had a market analysis.
Sorry, just to council, just want to reiterate the common caution that it's about what the land could be used for, not about whether it will be or when or the financial impacts.
Is that out of line or in line, or is it?
It's out of line.
Okay. That's all. That's my only question.
Okay, Councillor Clark, can you move a second round?
Yes, someone will stick around.
Second.
Second by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
That was Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
I'm a yes.
And that was Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think some really important questions came up around consultation, and just want to get a bit of further clarification, because I think this consultation looks really different than what we might be used to for other files. So am I correct that, this rezoning that's in front of us today is one component of a broader redevelopment project? Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay, so on that broader redevelopment program, what's the frequency of touch points with rights holders and other interested parties? Like, in the last 6 months, maybe how many touch points may you have had with them?
We have had at minimum a half dozen touch points with rights holders, various rights holders within the last few months. The engagement program, consultation program, and information sharing program for river crossing more broadly dates back to 2015, when our project work was initiated by council around the Heritage Interpretive Plan, which then led into the river crossing business plan, which then led into ARP amendments and the work that we're doing to design specific projects. So our guidance extends quite far back in time, but we are not relying solely on work done in the past. We are continuing to advance that dialogue and work with rights holders. There are 32 nations and representative organizations with whom we engage in the River Valley context. That applies to river crossing as well. And we've articulated all the ways that we wish rights holders to be involved in the river crossing context beyond engagement. And so we're working really diligently to remove barriers and create opportunities for involvement across the River Valley, or across the river crossing project area.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful context. And so again, maybe the tension, because I think what I'm understanding is sort of the concept, sort of that high level land use concept has, again, there's been ongoing conversations, long conversations about that. And so it seems like, again, detailed rezoning is maybe not something that everyone is super excited about. This is implementing, again, sort of a concept and a vision that's been really thoroughly discussed and shared with rights holders and others.
Councillor, I think that's fair. This is a component of a much larger project that goes back many, many years. The other thing to keep in mind from a zoning perspective that is probably from 10,000 feet, this looks like a significant change to the land use here, but the statutory plan talks about this area as residential uses with very, very similar densities and heights and built form to what we're proposing today. So this is more about right-sizing the zoning to what current development standards are, as opposed to doing a significant change for the area. So when we talk about like aligning consultation expectations, that's very myopic. That's very much about the zoning amendment itself. But the constellation of elements that we have out there for a project of this size, we do a pretty extensive amount of engagement on a regular basis, which is what Mrs. McCalla was saying.
Okay, yeah, I think that's helpful context. And again, sort of the answers previously that there had been 2 touch points. Again, that was like very specifically on, we are going to enact this concept plan through a special area zone.
Correct. I would also say that it was more, our first touch point with many of these stakeholders was, we are considering changing zoning in the area and we'd like to talk to you about that. So this isn't necessarily us showing up and dictating what's going to happen. This was meant to be a more collaborative approach that we then moved through to where we are today.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thanks for providing that clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess to legal. So you said we've met the minimum requirement under the MGA. The minimum is a couple of emails.
The MGA requirements for this are the public notice, the advertising. There's no reference in the MGA to consultation or engagement with any other group than the public.
Okay. So next week at Urban Planning, we're supposed to be getting an update on sort of our Indigenous consultation and that. So if we've met, I guess, what if this council wants broader engagement or an opportunity to maybe amend those statutory plans? Would this be the time then to refer it back to administration for more consultation? More, I guess, more appropriate consultation, like under our city plan, I'm just looking at the report from next week, under the ribbon of green, the river crossing, our Indigenous framework, public engagement policy. I'm just wondering, what would be the order to do this in if we wanted broader engagement?
I would say it's open to council to direct more engagement at any time on any particular bylaw that's brought to a public hearing.
Okay, so then that would require it to be referred back, just not voted on.
Yes, if council wishes to have prior consultation before voting, then that should be directed before the vote and would be referred back.
And could that be done at this point, or do we have to wait till we hear from all the speakers? To the clerk, maybe?
I think that could be done at any point.
Okay, maybe I'll wait to hear from the speakers just to make sure this might be something. Okay, let me see, I think I had another question. No, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, I understand. Our 4th speaker in favor has joined online. Kyle, are you there? Okay, I see.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, great. Before we go to Councillor Rutherford for questions, maybe Kyle will have you present, and then we'll continue with Councillor Rutherford. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Oh, actually, since you are joining, and I understand we have another speaker for 414 signed up, and I do see a few new speakers walking into the room a little bit later this morning. I'll just repeat the the expectations for a public hearing, just so we're all on the same page. I want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations required while participating in this meeting, both in person and virtually. Hearing from the public is obviously an important part of council's process that provides us the opportunity to hear from everyone. As a meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for colleagues, city employees, and the public. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. Anyone continuing to demonstrate these types of behavior will be removed and will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. I will not provide any additional warnings, and this meeting is being live streamed, so everyone is welcome to also watch online. And finally, use of raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. Thank you for allowing me to do that reminder. Kyle, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak, especially as I wasn't here on time. I apologize for that. I'm happy to speak this morning in support of items 4.11, which I understand is cross-referenced with item 4.12 and 4.13. I've written and spoken in support tangentially to this matter recently, so I won't wax too poetic, but I would like, I should require less than 2 minutes. For the record, my name is Kyle Scholey, and I'm speaking as an individual this morning. Thank you to the authors for what is, in my view, a great planning report. The plan is strongly aligned with Edmonton's broader policy direction, emphasizing environmental stewardship and protection and regeneration of green space, particularly within the River Valley. The Ribbon of Green Strategic Plan explicitly prioritizes regenerating natural systems and supporting and sustaining biodiversity, including through Indigenous stewardship opportunities and approaches. Importantly, this isn't just about preserving green space, it's also about active reclamation and restoration. The policies encourage integrating Indigenous knowledge and traditional ecological practices into environmental management, which supports holistic and long-term reclamation outcomes. The proposal also recognizes that green space isn't just ecological, it's also cultural. And the city plan calls for collaboration with Indigenous communities to recognize traditional land use areas and cultural landscapes, reinforcing that reclamation includes restoring meaning and relationship to the land. On heritage interpretation, there is a very clear policy direction, and the city plan emphasizes commemorating and celebrating history and culture in the design of safe spaces, which directly supports interpretive elements in parks and open spaces. In practice, this means green spaces are not treated as passive parks or gravel parking lots, but as living places of education, storytelling, and cultural presence. Supporting Indigenous-led programming, interpretation, and engagement encourages these spaces convey authentic histories and perspectives. Finally, the emphasis on ongoing engagement and partnership ensures that both ecological restoration and heritage interpretation are not one-time efforts, but continuously informed by diversity of voices and knowledge keepers. Respectfully, the proposal before City Council this morning at public hearing significantly advances all of these aforementioned goals and does so authentically, in my view. Overall, the proposal does a great job, a strong job, of linking green space, reclamation, heritage interpretation into a single integrated vision where environmental restoration and cultural recognition reinforce one another. Thank you, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, Councillor Rutherford, for questions to speakers.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I want to go to legal because I'm just wanting to clarify at when and what point to consider this. So there is a report on the Urban Planning Committee that was actually supposed to go earlier in June and was postponed, which is unfortunate, I think, around Indigenous engagement in the River Valley. And when I read that report and what I'm hearing today, there's a misalignment. And so I'm just wondering how I can factor, or if I can factor that in at all.
Absolutely. You can factor that in. You can factor in any number of things in terms of how much engagement is required. It's entirely in council's discretion. As I say, the obligations have been met, but it's always open to more.
Where and when, or would it be appropriate for me to quote that report in the line of questioning to either the applicant or administration?
I'm not certain which report we're discussing. I'm assuming it's a public report.
It's a public report. There is a private attachment to the public report, but it is a public report, Indigenous engagement within the North Saskatchewan River Area Redevelopment Plan 7.2 on Urban Planning Committee.
Councillor, it's Travis here. You can either ask the applicant through your questions to them, I guess, through further information, or the administration team when it comes to administration questions.
Is who would be best to answer on the engagement practices on this particular file and alignment with that report?
Either team. The project team or the applicant is well versed in the engagement that they've undertaken, and the administration team is aware of what that engagement has entailed.
Okay, so I guess I'll just go to the applicant then and ask, when I read that report, I haven't read all the attachments, but I did read the primary report in preparation for this. It does talk about an enhanced commitment to engage with Indigenous partners on city-owned River Valley land. Is my understanding correct?
Yes.
And so can you tell me how this application has met that threshold based on what's espoused in that report?
So, Councillor, I'm going to give half of the answer, and then I'll have Avril McCullough or Neil Osaduk here give the other half. But for this application in particular, we've reached out in a number of different ways to stakeholders. So at outset of this application, prior to even submitting this or even writing zoning, we wrote a letter to the entirety of the Rossdale neighborhood as well as our stakeholders, which includes our Indigenous partners in this. Engaging with them and letting them know what we were intending on doing in the area and how we were going to bring forward the River Crossing Business Plan vision to fruition here. So initially a letter. Obviously, we did all of the other typical elements of engagement you see through a rezoning application with site signage and then planning coordination and administration sending out notices as well. And then they've done additional engagement through that to stakeholders for First Nations partners. And then additionally, as we moved through that process and the application became more concrete at what was going to be presented at council, we reached out specifically to our Indigenous partners as well as through that. Again, I'm going to stress this. The rezoning is an element of all of the work that is culminating in this area. And there's been engagement on a regular basis with most of our partners in this area, including Indigenous partners, through the years, going back all the way to, I want to say, 2015 or 2011, when some of these projects were sort of originally visioned for the area. So maybe some of my partners here on the applicant side can supplement that with some of that work that has been done prior to this application, but that is what has occurred for this application, but it is by no means the only consultation that has occurred within the river crossing area as part of that project.
And with regard to that report specifically, the River Valley engagement report that will be coming forward to committee, I believe it's on July 2nd. The River Crossing Project Office has been involved in that report, and the work that we're doing in River Crossing, guided by the River Crossing Indigenous Involvement Approach, is really looking at enhanced involvement of Indigenous rights holders in the future of this land, informed by the development concept that is in the River Crossing Business Plan and that this rezoning is aligned with.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to move a third round?
Yeah, I'll move a third round.
Second. Second by Councillor Parmar. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's been carried. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I've been debating whether or not to wait to hear from the speakers in opposition, but maybe we can reduce the amount of speakers in opposition if there's time to do more broader consultation in the spirit of all of our policies and administrative guidelines. So I'd like to put forward that bylaws, like to move that bylaws 21537, 21538, and 21539 be referred back to administration for further public engagement.
Before we get a second, can I just confirm that with legal or clerk, that process-wise, we can put forward motions now before public speakers are all heard?
That's correct.
Okay, thank
Second.
And return to a future city council public hearing.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Do you have any further questions to speakers at this point?
No further questions.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson. So we're still on questions on speakers or questions on this motion?
You're now on questions of the motion.
Okay, now we're on the motion. There's a motion on the floor. Questions on the motion. And questions on the motion to administration.
You can ask the mover if they want to introduce the motion.
Okay.
And then follow process.
And then the question will be just to administration. Okay.
Correct.
All right, mover, would you like to introduce?
We might have met the minimum requirements under the MGA, but I don't think we have met the broader requirements of our Indigenous framework or any other of our policies related to Indigenous engagement. And I think by referring back and doing some more fulsome engagement with our Indigenous partners and meaningful engagement, perhaps even being guided by what's coming in the report on July 2nd as well, might be able to satisfy not only our requirements, but any questions that might come up from those that are signed up here today in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevenson on the motion.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. I think, I guess just to the mover. So what I think I'm struggling a little bit in that I haven't heard where those deficiencies lie from speakers, for example. I'm just again wondering if you can speak to like where from the responses we've had from the applicant and from administration, which policies you feel haven't been followed?
A lot of those listed in the July 2nd report. The city plan, the River of Green, the River, North Saskatchewan River Valley ASP, where we're saying that we need to have, I guess, more, not just an email consultation, not just saying, but to have, actual sit down, building that relationship, working with our Indigenous Relations Office. I thought that's what part of their role was.
Yeah, and so I think what I heard is that this project has been undertaken with the Indigenous involvement approach that has been established with, through consultation with the IRO, that process continues to be supported by the IRO. So again, I'm not seeing...
So in my questioning, I asked specifically, so they said there's ongoing dialogue, but was it specific to this rezoning request? And from what I heard, it was only in November and April emails.
And so I guess maybe then, so you feel that ongoing dialogue and conversation about the development plan doesn't meet our policies for engagement?
Not specific to this rezoning request. And just with the number of speakers that have signed up, the communications that we've gotten, I don't think their concerns, their rights are being addressed.
Okay, and I think it's hard to make that determination in the absence of having heard from them. Maybe just to legal again. I think maybe another challenge here. So I appreciate the commitment to involving rights holders and urban indigenous communities, increasing opportunities for land partnerships on city-owned properties. I think maybe a challenge in this conversation is, I think you said earlier, so I might be aware of ongoing conversations about how different rights holder groups may be involved in the development and redevelopment of these lands. But that's not necessarily germane to a public hearing that could be brought up.
That's correct.
Correct. So I think that's also a challenge that I think there are aspects to this that are happening that I'm aware of, but that aren't being shared in the context of a land use public hearing, because we don't talk about who will develop the lands. So just wondering if that's something that the mover is concerned about, that's helping to drive this in terms of the development partnership opportunities.
Well, I'm just wondering if it is something, if there's information that is related to this request, but not being talked about in this request. I don't have the information to make a decision, otherwise I am voting no.
So then maybe actually a land use way I could ask that to the applicants is preparing this rezoning, putting this zoning in place enables development partnerships, correct?
Correct.
And I assume that the zoning that you're coming forward with meets the needs of groups that may be interested in becoming development partners.
Yeah, this, the zoning and the special area zones that we're creating really enable development. What was had before, it wasn't even something that could be built with today's policies and guidelines in place.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Actually, sorry, I guess on first round, Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit right now, and so I guess to the mover, typically when we do a motion to refer to public hearing for more engagement, it's more engagement to look at X or to look at Y. So we want to do more public engagement to consider this zone instead of that zone, this setback instead of that setback, because we have current land use in place. So I'm guess what I'm missing right now is what are we what is the outcome of the engagement that we hope to achieve that would inform a change to the rezoning we're dealing with versus I think what is a separate conversation coming up at urban planning about who if anyone should be allowed to develop that land or build on that land.
So I've heard concerns from those signed up for an opposition that their land rights, their historical rights, the fact of the remains being found, that we need to do, I guess, more to expand those search efforts.
So I guess then the question is this the right meeting for that motion? Because we're supposed to be debating whether the current zoning, which is already in place, which allows for development, is better than the proposed zoning, which would still allow for development. What if I hear that, the concern is, should development occur at all? But that's not, this land already allows for development. So I'm just trying to figure out if that motion should be made at a committee meeting or a council meeting that says let's engage with Indigenous communities across the region here about that question, because that's what I'm feeling like right now. All this motion says is go do more engagement, so they could go engage a few more people, but I'm expecting we're going to get the same land use application for proposed zoning.
I don't know, because if additional engagement
Oh no, I just want
includes doing more work. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head here. Locating, more, further remains or something, then then that this wouldn't be an appropriate land use. And I think, Dr. Furrow, I think you're not muted.
Yeah,
Is
I
that,
guess
okay.
yeah. So the question is, right now the motion doesn't say that, and I'm not sure that's a land use motion. This is what I'm struggling with right now, which is that I think those are all very important conversations, and I imagine we'd hear something similar from our speakers in opposition about the work that needs to be done. I'm just wondering, are we solving? All this motion says is go engage more. It doesn't say about what. It doesn't say what outcome we hope to achieve. It doesn't actually give administration direction beyond go, they could send out another letter, and that's technically more engagement. They could host an information session and hear more, and that's technically all that has to happen. We're not giving direction in this motion to say what we hope the outcome is. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of what is the outcome, because the motion currently doesn't provide an outcome beyond just engage more.
Okay, to be more specific, would, like, for further public engagement in accordance with the city plan, all the other policies that are listed in that report coming to us on July 2nd.
I mean, I guess I'm just sorry, I don't have my time in front of me, so I might be out of time here. But I think that's a question that I think we need to provide greater specificity and or decide whether we should, if there's a desire for that, do you postpone this to the next public hearing so you can have a committee conversation and figure out where's the right meeting to make the right motion to have the right outcome for what we're looking at.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
I'm out of time, but
so I thought a referral was better than a postponement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Second round.
Yeah, that was exactly my line of questioning. I think for me, a postponement actually might get us where we want to go better, because I think the challenge is, and I guess to administration, is that there is confinements about what we can consider within a public hearing, but we have broader scope and scale. So things that, Councillor Stevenson's bringing up can be factored in on a broader conversation at committee. Is my understanding correct?
Councillor, in terms of the engagement here today and what's considered outside of the public hearing, there's a number of things that you can take into consideration around your decision here. But what I would say is that the river crossing team has a specific Indigenous engagement program that they are following, and as mentioned by them, they've had additional conversations outside of the required MGA requirements that were followed in terms of the rezoning process and the notices that we give.
With all due respect, the motion and the report that's coming forward on July 2nd was as a result of a motion that I made at a public hearing in which we were confined in what we could talk about and needed to have a broader conversation. That's my memory. Is that your memory?
Agreed. What I will also...
Because what was being said at that meeting was that we do not have a duty to consult, and we do what's required. And so that's where, when I'm reading the report, it's talking about collaboration, it's talking about these things. I'm struggling to square the peg for this decision. I don't think a referral is the right path forward, but I do wonder if postponement, when is the next public hearing?
July 6th.
So that would be very fresh in our mind. We'd be able to talk about, we could use this rezoning as an example in that committee meeting to say, how was this done? How will this be done in the future beyond just the land use? So we can ask some more broader questions in the context of this. Is that allowable, I guess, to legal? if this was postponed.
That's allowable.
Okay, so then I would, I guess, to the clerk, would a postponement supersede a referral motion, or does the referral motion need to be rescinded, withdrawn?
Councillor Rutherford, the current motion on the floor at the general unanimous consent of this table could allow the mover to withdraw so that a postponement motion could be made.
Okay, so I guess to the mover, would you be amendable to that before I go to the assembly? Or I ask the chair to go to the assembly?
I would first like to know from administration if between now and July 6th, they could actually have time to broaden that relationship and provide and conduct some
Okay.
engagement.
Okay, so your purpose is to just, so I guess then you're not amenable. The purpose is to actually do more engagement. Whereas I think for me, I would like to have a broader conversation and understand more in relation to all components of River Valley development before approving this. So there's a difference in our approach, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, depending on sort of what comes of the July 2nd item, maybe what.
But if the July 2nd item identifies that this wasn't sufficient, then we would be able to make a motion for the public hearing about specifically what we wanted further engagement on.
And refer back at that time?
Yes. If that comes to light through the committee meeting.
Okay, and then that would provide more specificity that Mayor Knack was.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, yes, if you're gonna do a postponement, or I guess we can't just amend this one saying it be postponed for further public engagement? No, because we're not doing that. Just postpone to a future city council public hearing?
To the next city council public hearing.
Clerk, can that just be amended?
So perhaps I can just rule that I will propose that you rescind.
Okay.
If the General Assembly is okay, we can do a unanimous consent, and then a fresh postponement motion be placed.
Okay, I will do
to
that
keep it
then.
clean.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I will rescind
And does
that and then
everybody-
motion that bylaws 21537, 21538, 21539 be postponed to a future public hearing.
Second.
Okay, now we have a fresh motion. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Paquette,
Yeah, thank you.
on this new motion.
Yeah, so I am hearing, and I'm not sure, but that there might be other documentation that would make, that would give council more information on what has actually occurred as far as engagement, and perhaps that could be included in the interim if this postponement passes.
We can certainly provide more information about the number of touch points, the type of touch points, all of the interactions that we've had with rights holders over the last decade in relation to this project and the various aspects of the project, including the rezoning, but also the broader concept of river crossing.
Great, yeah, because, I mean, I'm sure you're aware that this is a sensitive area of land that requires a lot of information in order to be able to justify and to demonstrate that engagement has occurred, that there's been these conversations, that the zoning plan here, or the proposal, has followed the spirit and intent of that engagement. Like, you understand all that, yeah? That
Yes.
It's for council to make a decision.
Yes, and I would emphasize, I think that while I was responding to questions specific to the rezoning, I was trying to be specific about the matter at hand today and the rezoning in front of us. But what we really are trying to do in river crossing is change the way that we work with rights holders in the city. And so we're working really diligently, really closely with as many partners as want to be at the table with us to navigate these conversations that are really big, that can be complex, and that are layered. And so it's really hard to sometimes put things into a particular lane when the context is so significant and layered. But our foundation is the Heritage Interpretive Plan and the River Crossing Business Plan that received extensive engagement, and we're trying to build off that to continue to do better, to remove barriers to inclusion, to welcome as many partners at the table as possible in the ways that they see themselves at that table, rather than imposing our expectations, rather welcoming and removing barriers for that inclusion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor, I'd just add.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The two touch points that we had as part of this rezoning, further engagement wasn't through lack of offering or attempting. Like in each of those emails that we sent out, the offer is made that we're happy to sit down and have a conversation with folks and do more engagement if they request it. We didn't receive any of that, and that's in a large part because they're all very well aware of what this project is. We've engaged with 32 nations from Treaty 678, our memoranda partners, all of that throughout the life of this project. It's informed the Indigenous involvement approach, which explains how they will continue to be evolved throughout the life of this project. So we only had 2 emails as part of this, but that's because there wasn't additional engagement requested. If we were to get this motion and referred back, we could send out another email and also get no request for additional engagement.
Well, it looks like the motion is for a postponement, and I would just ask like that. So just in this conversation, seeing what we have to go through as far as clarification, does it make sense that we would also probably have required, or it would have been helpful to have those supporting documents so that there wasn't a question for council or for the public on such a complex and sensitive area?
Councillor, Travis over here on the other side of the room. Appreciate the discussion here, and yes, I think that additional attachment would have helped this conversation, just in terms of providing that clarity of what is guiding engagement in this area. It's not just the MGA. It's not in the River Valley, but it's city-owned, and it is guided by that the River Crossing Indigenous engagement approach that has been refined over the last decade or so. So that additional information and how the city or the applicant has been going about their engagement around not only this specific parcel, but the entire project would be helpful in terms of these conversations as it moves forward, and appreciate that advice.
Yeah, because if we don't show our work, the assumption would be we didn't do the work.
Correct, and then when we're in this public hearing setting where we have these guardrails around, well, what's our required engagement? The required engagement is that we notified them of a public hearing, and that's it. But we, through the project office, that engagement has been extensive on this, and that partnership building is and has been occurring throughout.
Yeah, unique situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jansen, second round.
Thank you. Am I correct? I'm looking at the presentation page. I think it's Community Insights, page 4. There were only 5 respondents.
That's correct.
So, and how large was the notification area?
It included the entire Rossdale neighborhood and a 120-meter boundary around that, around the neighborhood boundary.
And 2 were in support and 3 were in opposition, citing crime, utilities, flooding, and parking congestion.
That is correct.
And when I'm hearing the applicant say they engaged a number of other folks who are aware of this project, I'm to take that as more at the higher level vision and
Yes, that's
where
part of the
here?
broader river crossing project implementation.
Okay. Could I look to administration? Could you? I think I just heard Mr. Pollock say this isn't in the River Valley. Could you clarify?
Correct. So it is in the Rossdale neighborhood. So it's outside of the statutory boundaries of the North Saskatchewan River Valley. However, there is a additional engagement and consultation and partnership that's done through the River Crossing Project Office that builds upon and is far greater than any of our MGA requirements for engagement So there is some nuance here in terms of how we view and how we work with our partners, whether it's in the River Valley, not in the River Valley, city-owned, not city-owned. And in terms of this project, it is city-owned land within the Rossdale RRP, guided by the river crossing Indigenous engagement framework that has been worked on and built, those partnerships built on through the last decade or more.
So right now, what could you currently build on this site? Small scale residential?
Right now, you could currently build medium scale residential and large scale residential.
And what the rezoning is to take it out of a DC into a new zone, this RCRL and RCRN.
For relatively similar scale, yes.
So for the, because I think based on the correspondence I've seen so far or heard, some are opposed to any development, but that wouldn't be addressed by a postponement because it's already
Zoned for
zoned
that
to be
type of,
development.
yes,
Somebody could
correct.
go and do that right now. Right?
They could, yes.
And there's some who would prefer to see it renaturalized completely, but again, they would have to get that rezoned to parks or a different zone entirely. Is
And that would
correct?
require significant changes to the Rossdale ARP.
So, and this report, and maybe I'll look back to the branch again, but the report coming in July is more about a higher level framework of engagement. Is that?
Correct. It outlines the administration's approach to engagement in the River Valley into specific areas of interest, such as Rossdale and the river crossing because of its sensitivity, as well as how we bring partners along with this. Just to add another piece, so the Indigenous Relations Office was engaged throughout this process, and they view the engagement to date as adequate for what we're bringing forward today.
And as based on the evidence from the
as a whole, not only through the NGA lens, but also through that partnership lens that they hold.
So effectively, what would be the impact of postponement?
Postponement would be looking at the discussion. If the postponement was to hear the discussion out on July 2nd, that public piece of the report right now outlines our approach to engagement with Indigenous partners in the River Valley. This isn't in the River Valley. It also outlines the approach at a high level with river crossing. River crossing has its own guiding document and framework around.
Sorry, just want to zoom in on that one piece you just said. So even if July 2nd, there's a robust new direction driven, that wouldn't apply to this particular rezoning because it's not in the River Valley.
So the July 2nd report outlines our general approach to Indigenous engagement, not only in the River Valley, but in other specific areas, specifically Rossdale here, and the river crossing. And that approach has been refined over the last years through that Heritage Interpretive Plan, through the business plan, and then through the river crossing Indigenous engagement approach. So if that is not sufficient for council in terms of the development of the overall river crossing project, that would be a different point of conversation, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions, and thank you, Councillor Tang, for chairing this morning. I appreciate all the help on that. So we have the postponement motion on the floor. Anyone wishing to speak to it, please click on. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I want to thank administration for their hard work. Don't look at this as anything other than a postponement. And the rationale is that even in chat and email, as this discussion is going on, I've been getting documents that show the work that has actually occurred, but it is not public, and it wasn't in the reports. And normally, for a normal land use decision, those things maybe wouldn't be included. But we know that this is a very sensitive part of Edmonton's history and land, and there's cultural aspects to it that really sort of say, like, okay, look, we have our normal way of doing things, but we should probably just be aware that this is going to be a topic of great interest and great debate, and if we are not showing the work that we have done, it's hard for the public and people who are intensely connected to this land and interested in this conversation to know that that work even occurred. And so what this postponement will allow is for these attachments to be included in the reporting, and for
Just a reminder, no applause in the chamber here, except for when we were welcoming City Hall School and our guests. Please.
I didn't even hear applause.
That's okay. It's okay. Just flagging, but it's all good. Don't worry. I'll give you an extra 15 seconds.
I'll just say that's a rare thing for me.
Well, no, that's okay.
I wish I'd heard it so I could soak it in.
Continue on.
So essentially, this gives time to get all that information together. And it's actually an incredibly fortuitous postponement, I would say, that we can have this conversation at the same time as the July 2nd conversation. It actually makes a lot of sense that those things are together. And because it's just a couple of weeks, I don't think it puts anything back substantially in any way if this rezoning were to be approved. So I hope everyone supports this because it's pretty basic, straightforward stuff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I was just reflecting on how we got here and some of the journey that we've been on in this space. I'm reflecting on another public hearing that we had about the gondola. And, you know, I think in that process, we got really different answers to the important questions that are being raised. And I, at the time, didn't see an appropriate approach to engagement and voted no to that application at the time. But there was a subsequent motion, or at least subsequent direction, that prompted what has now become the Indigenous involvement approach in this area. And I've, you know, had the opportunity to watch and see how this work has evolved over the past years. And it's, I think, a really exceptional one. I think it is some of the best of the engagement that we're doing as a city. And I'm just feeling very torn right now because I do feel that, again, there were very valid questions raised, but I felt that clear answers have been provided today. And I, you know, appreciate that postponement. You know, I think I'm hesitant to support this, given, again, the confidence that I have in the work that's happened. But I do hear the opportunity that it offers to highlight the great work that's been happening. So I'll maybe just leave it to say, I think regardless of where I land, I do have strong confidence in the work that's happened and really appreciate the work that's underway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know, you know, initially this was meant to refer back for engagement. I know that's not what's on the table right now. And I'm going to suspect that the intent of more engagements to hope to reach a consensus. And with this project that's been going on for a long time, I'm not sure consensus will ever get there. And for me, I'd rather just let's make a decision and hear from folks who have been coming, I think, to this room time and time again to express their views, and I appreciate that. You know, sometimes as council members, we have to wear different hats, and today we're wearing a hat as part of a public hearing process that is required by law. There are steps we have to do, and I know for a very complex project like this one, we're trying to tease out the parts that's land use, and then, you know, there's other policy component that is coming later. And ultimately, I think, you know, as decision makers, we have to think about all those information. And right now, I feel that there has been a gap in the sequence of this project. And I would support the postponement so that we can have some of that sequence in place to have a full.
Ken, just a friendly reminder, please no applause.
And to anticipate for that conversation a little bit later, whatever that may be. So that's kind of where I am after listening to all the Q&A and anyways, I will stick there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can you take the chair?
Yes, so taken.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have clicked on here. Yes. So just quickly to speak. I will support this with an extreme caution of what problem are we trying to solve. I am worried that the direction we're heading is trying to resolve a bigger question about land governance, who should be involved in that, which I think is really important. You know, if we want to have a conversation about should any potential development in this parcel, in this area, be led by Indigenous communities, I think that's a great conversation to have, but not at all part of what we're talking about here today, right? Today we're talking about should an existing set of development rights be changed to another set of development rights. So that's why I was just very concerned about referral. I think we're completely down the wrong path of which meeting is supposed to be the one we have the right conversation at. So, and I worry even just from a lot of the correspondence we got for some of the speakers in opposition that they're thinking that we're going to have that same conversation. They want us to have a conversation, at least based off a lot of the letters I received from those in opposition, about who, if anyone, should have governance to develop this land, which actually would not be, I mean, it'd be, anyone can speak to anything, but it wouldn't actually at all influence our discussion that we would have had today had we not postponed it, which I will still support. So again, just a reminder to council and actually to the public as well that I think the right conversation and the right day is the Urban Planning Committee. Let's talk about that. If we need to provide clear direction about who should be involved in what, I mean, I know already partners like Confederacy of Treaty 6 and Enoch have been involved in some of the conversations around the request for expressions of interest. And so again, that's great. And I think that's an important conversation. This is about, should you do this type of building or that type of building? All of those other conversations are answered at a different table. So, but because that confusion exists and because maybe the sequencing is not ideal, let's send this to the next public hearing and encourage anyone who is registered to speak in opposition. I would really encourage you to be part of the Urban Planning Committee meeting, because that's the one where I think all of the feedback I heard is actually relevant to our decision-making process. And just to be clear, it's July 2nd, so put it on your calendar, July 2nd. That is an important day for everyone. That's the day that, based off your letters and feedback, that feedback would be most valid. Because otherwise, if you don't take part in that July 2nd conversation, what's going to happen on July 9th, whatever day, 6th, thank you, 6th. The next day, on July 6th, we're going to be talking about should one form of building be different than another form of building. And that's the only thing that legally council is supposed to be considering. So had this gone forward, I expect that it likely would have passed because we would have been talking about one form of building to another form of building that are fairly similar in nature. Let's talk about governance. So sorry just for the long explanation. I just want to make sure folks, and especially public members, understand the process and really recommend July 2nd is your right meeting to attend if you're worried about governance, if you're worried about any development, if you're worried about who is responsible for development. That's all the July 2nd conversation. That would not be our July 6th. So thank you very much. That's, I'll take the chair back.
Okay, please, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
So I've gone back and forth, but I think actually hearing what the mayor just said respectfully, then I think you talked me out of supporting postponement, because I do worry that more that, like, this particular conversation here is about something that's already zoned for development to something else that's already zoned for development, and all those other pieces that you shared can still happen at Urban Planning Committee, and we can still have those conversations there. This is one of like 1,000 steps that we need to take around this, and I worry that the more we postpone or delay or defer, refer, etc., we're murkying what this actually is. So I would actually, based on the mayor's argument, urge him to, your worship, to change his mind and actually continue this conversation today, hear from the speakers today, make the actual consideration of building height, setback, that material concern. Let's talk about that today. Get that resolved one way or another, and then still go and have those other important conversations. I worry that we're actually leading to more confusion in the public and more mismanaged expectations. I think we heard from the IRO that they've actually been doing a ton of work already with other folks outside of this that still can be discussed at the next Urban Planning Committee. I just I worry we're punishing our future selves if we're not offering that clarity. That clarity is kindness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to close, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I do think we are sort of putting the cart before the horse in this instance with saying that we've done adequate engagement with our Indigenous partners without actually knowing what that adequate Indigenous engagement is, and I think that's why the report coming to urban planning is so important. I'm also concerned that from a public perspective, that by saying that we haven't had any response from Treaty 6, 7, and 8 and Métis Nation is saying that that's agreement. And I think we're only hearing the one side of it from those that have registered in opposition today. I'm also concerned that there might be some information from what Councillor Stevenson said that might not be public or might come into play here. And maybe that needs to come out as well. So I do ask my colleagues for their support in just postponing this until July 6th after we hear a little bit more at the urban planning meeting on July 2nd.
Thank you very much. Please
Sir.
vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just before voting on this motion, I should advise that as drafted, it would need to be re-advertised, as it just says referred to a future public hearing. And so we would need to specify the date.
It's in there. Yeah, July 6th. Sorry.
Pardon
yeah.
me.
No, I think it was said out loud, but yeah, the date is there. So we are good on July 6th. So yeah, that's the plan. So
apologies.
No, don't apologize. It's good to double check.
Do you want me to reread it into?
No, the motion is as on the screen, which says this will be postponed to the July 6th, 2026 City Council public hearing. So that is what we're voting on to postpone to that meeting. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. All right, so that item will come back on July 6th. And again, July 2nd is also an important meeting for folks who are interested in this broader discussion. So please make sure you've put that on your calendars. And it's a committee meeting, so anyone is welcome to register to speak to that at that meeting. So let's continue on. I think we're down to our last item of business, which is item 4.14. Text amendments to the zoning bylaw. So we'll bring in our group here. We have, I think, a few speakers. Just as we're getting the panelists or the administration set in, can we do can I check in with the clerks that we've reached out to the panelists to let them know? I think one hasn't been here the whole time, but the other is a relatively new speaker, and I want to make sure they're aware that that the meeting. So
Yes, Mayor Nag.
thank you very much. Yeah, please. Yeah.
We will reach out.
Yeah.
Security.
You can come. So I appreciate Judith. Thank you, Judith. Judith, thank you very much for coming. And thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, you may not understand.
It's okay.
The decision was postponed and not made today. The decision was not made today. The decision was postponed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Each of us Indigenous have 300,000 ancestors walking behind us.
Yep.
July 6th, you will see the impact.
Thank you very much. And July 2nd, I think is important to remind folks to come out. Thank you very much. So again, just making sure the speakers in opposition are engaged on this item so that they can join us, but I'll go to administration to provide the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Drury, Senior Planner with the Zoning Bylaw Team. Today with me to answer questions for this item are members of administration from Development Services and Catherine Oberg, a Transportation Engineer with Bunt and Associates. Next slide, please. We're here today in response to a council motion which directed administration to review the performance of childcare services regulations since the new zoning bylaw came into effect on January 1st, 2024, and to identify ways to expand childcare opportunities. Next slide, please. As part of the zoning bylaw one-year review, administration analyzed development permit data for childcare services from 2019 to 2024. Data from 2025 has since been added for the purposes of this presentation. For the first 2 years of the new zoning bylaw, there was an increase in the volume of approved childcare development permits in small-scale residential zones compared to the previous 5 years. However, more childcare permits were issued with variances, appealed, or refused in the small-scale residential zones than in other zones. Next slide, please. The minimum on-site pickup and drop-off space requirement was the most commonly varied regulation in small-scale residential zones, and although the number of refusals was small, it was the most common reason for refusal. This suggests that applicants experience challenges fitting the required pickup and drop-off spaces on smaller residential lots. A parking and traffic study was conducted to analyze the pickup and drop-off needs of residential childcare facilities. The study observed, on average, a lower demand for pickup and drop-off spaces than is required by the zoning bylaw, and frequent use of street parking even when on-site parking was available. Next slide, please. Based on the development permit data and parking study, administration identified 2 opportunities to reduce regulatory barriers to childcare services, including reducing the minimum on-site pickup and drop-off requirement and changing childcare services to a permitted use in special area zones where appropriate. These opportunities were presented to Urban Planning Committee on June 17, 2025, where administration was directed to further explore these opportunities, conduct engagement, and return to a future public hearing with proposed text amendments. Next slide, please. The bylaw before you today proposes 3 changes. The first is to reduce the minimum pickup and drop-off requirement from 2 spaces for the first 10 children and 1 space for each additional 10 children to 1 space for every 10 children. This change aligns with the recommendations of the parking study, which observed an average parking demand of 0.9 spaces per 10 children. 0 on-site pickup and drop-off spaces would be required for a child care facility with less than 10 children. Next slide, please. The second proposed change is to allow the pickup and drop-off requirement to be reduced by up to 50% where on-street parking is unrestricted abutting the site. Under the proposed regulation, a reduction to the on-site requirement would only be granted where a childcare site has street frontage with unrestricted parking availability. Paid parking areas, permit parking zones, bus zones, fire hydrant zones, and other restricted parking areas could not be counted towards a pickup and drop-off space reduction. This change aligns with the parking study finding that even when on-site parking spaces are available, many people prefer to park on the street. Next slide, please. This slide provides an example of how the proposed amendments would change the on-site pickup and drop-off requirements for a child care facility with a capacity of 40 children. Currently, a child care facility with 40 children would require 5 on-site pickup and drop-off spaces, as shown on the top image. If the proposed changes were approved, the same child care facility would require 4 on-site pickup and drop-off spaces. If that facility has unrestricted parking available along its frontage, then its pickup and drop-off requirements could be reduced by up to 50%, resulting in 2 on-site spaces, as shown on the bottom image. Next slide, please. The new zoning bylaw supports opportunities for childcare by listing childcare services as a permitted use in most zones, with the exception of some special area zones, which were carried forward mostly unchanged from the previous bylaw. This map shows in blue the residential and commercial areas of the city where childcare services are currently listed as a permitted use. The areas in orange are the 17 residential and commercial special area zones where childcare services are listed as a discretionary use. The third and final proposed amendment in this bylaw is to change childcare services from a discretionary use to a permitted use in the 17 special area zones highlighted on this map to bring them into alignment with similar standard zones. In 13 of the special area zones, regulations are proposed to limit the size and location of childcare facilities similarly to how they are regulated in comparable standard small-scale residential zones. Next slide, please. To gather a broad range of community perspectives on the proposed changes, administration met with the Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee and conducted a 3-week online survey. 2,376 responses were received to the survey. In the survey, respondents were asked their level of agreement, potential concerns, and anticipated benefits of reducing the pickup and drop-off requirements. Potential benefits of the proposed changes included providing flexibility in how childcare sites are designed, making it easier for childcare facilities to open in a variety of locations, and allowing parents and guardians to live closer to childcare facilities. Potential concerns with the proposed changes included the safety of children at busy pickup and drop-off times, particularly in the winter, and nearby residents and childcare users having challenges finding parking spaces on the street. Overall, a higher proportion of respondents disagreed than agreed with the proposed changes to the pickup and drop-off requirement. However, people who anticipate needing childcare in the future were more likely to agree than disagree with the proposed changes. Respondents were mostly in favor of proposed changes to the special area zones. Next slide, please. Right-sizing the zoning bylaws' pickup and drop-off requirements will make it easier for childcare services to develop closer to where people live and will provide greater flexibility in how much of a childcare site is dedicated to parking. Changing childcare services to a permitted use in special area zones will make childcare regulations more consistent across the city. Administration supports this proposed bylaw, and thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. First, we'll go to our speaker in favor. Please come down, Marcelo, and we'll catch you there, and then we'll have speakers in opposition. Just grab it. Yeah, you can either sit or stand at the podium, whatever you feel like today. All right, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I support the proposed bylaw 21519 because it responds to a real regulation problem. Administration data shows that the current parking requirements are higher than observed demand and that pick-up and drop-off activities generally short-term, high turnover, and manageable when the site conditions are appropriate. This bylaw is a practical and evidence-based correction. It reduces unnecessary barrier, gives operators more flexibility, and better reflects how childcare sites actually operate. I also support the broader move toward treating childcare services as a permitted use because certainty matters. It reduces discretions, reduces appeal risk, and gives operators, families, neighbors, and administration a clearer framework. However, I would encourage Council not to treat this amendment as the full solution. Parking is the immediate issue before you today, but parking is not the only barrier. Actually, it's the first symptom of a larger mismatch between older childcare regulations and the way childcare needs to be functioning in today's neighborhoods. Many of the underlying parking and location assumptions that were carried forward from the previous zoning bylaw 12800 were adopted more than 2 decades ago. At that time, many childcare facilities were commonly located in commercial plazas, where larger parking areas and commercial access conditions made those regulations easy to satisfy. The data shows a different pressure point today. Demand is not limited to commercial plazas or larger commercial sites. There is real demand for neighborhood-scale childcare. What I mean is that childcare located within the residential neighborhoods that are designed to operate at a scale compatible with that context. That may include corner sites for sure, but also suitable mid-block sites that are currently not allowed in our zoning framework. Let me explain how those issues are connected. The shift toward residential neighborhood helps explain why parking became the immediate regulatory issue. A pick-up and drop-off requirement that may be manageable in a commercial plaza becomes much more difficult on a residential site. A residential property must accommodate outdoor play area, access, circulation, landscape with storage, and neighborhood interface. There is simply not enough land to absorb the parking standards designed around more conventional commercial conditions. The data shows that pick-up and drop-off requirements have been the most difficult regulations for childcare facilities in small-scale residential zones. But once parking is right-sized, the next question becomes location. The current framework still relies heavily on corner sites, collector arterial road frontage, existing non-residential buildings, and adjacency criteria. Childcare can raise legitimate concerns about neighborhood impacts, but the question is whether they should be managed mainly through broad location exclusions or through clear performance standards that look at actual site conditions. Many mid-block residential sites may not be appropriate, but some may be able to perform well if the scale and neighbor interface are properly addressed. The zoning framework should be able to distinguish between sites that cannot manage those impacts and sites that can. This is also matters for affordability. Childcare affordability, it's not the only about operating funding. It's also about the real estate. If operators, including not-for-profit ones, are pushed mainly toward leased commercial base, they remain exposed to high lease costs, escalation clauses, build-out costs, and long-term occupancy uncertainty. In some cases, a more stable model may be for a provider to own or finance through a mortgage a residential facility, rather than depend on expensive commercial leases. So I support bylaw 21-509, but I would encourage council to see it as one step in a broader modernization of childcare regulations. If Edmonton wants affordable childcare close to where families live, the zoning framework should support stable, mid-block neighborhood facilities that can be owned, financed, and operated over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just seeing if any members of council have any questions. I didn't see anyone click on. Oh, there might be one. They haven't clicked on yet, so we'll wait to see if anyone clicks on. Oh, deselected? There it is, Councillor Chance.
Thank you, and if I can ask the speaker, so currently mid-block daycares are capped at 150 meters squared, is that correct?
Well, currently, thank you for the questions. The cap is 300 square meters, but there is a location criteria that is on top of that. So it can only be the location on corner sites or adjacent to other high density or commercial areas.
So there's two
Yeah,
factors.
the first one is location, then is the square footage.
So if I have a corner site, I could do a 300 meter daycare, right?
Yeah.
Assuming I meet the parking, which we're looking at today. But mid-block, if I had a 150 meter squared site, I could do a day home.
No, we could do a day home, but not a daycare.
What is the difference?
The day home is a home-based business for 7 children maximum.
And a daycare?
Daycare is according to provision regulations how many kids you can accommodate based on square footage.
And I believe there's a formula, something like eight per caregiver, and there's a...
Depending on the age cohort, there's different square footage.
Different ages have different levels,
thresholds.
Right? Okay. And what you're saying is the parking, well, I guess, I think I heard you say you're in support of the recommended changes today related to the parking, but you want council to go further in terms of...
I think it's a very clever first step, but I think there's more work to be done because the regulations are pretty much 20 years old.
Okay. What would the next step be for you? Would it be pulling the day-home daycare distinction so mid-block can be in consideration as well?
Yeah. So there's several examples in our zoning history where a lot of uses were dealt with putting in corner sites. Like we had secondary suites, garden suites, group homes, row housing, and over time, through more investigation and analysis, those criteria were dropped and replaced with better and clever regulations. So that's what I'm asking.
Okay. And have you had a chance to have dialogue with administration about this?
No, but we had a case study last year where we worked with the administration on a direct control zone that went through all this analysis, and from that perspective, it received support from the school across the street, both adjacent neighbors, a church that was kitty corner, and unanimous approval by council. But it doesn't have to be a direct control. It can just be regular standard zoning regulations.
Okay. All right, I'll ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you. So you're welcome to grab your seat. I'll go now to speakers in opposition. First speaker listed is Jesse Watson. I don't see them online. Jesse Watson. Next, G. Coy. I believe they are online. I do see them, so please go ahead. G. Coy, you may unmute, and you have up to 5 minutes. I see you there. Can you unmute yourself? G. Coy. You're showing us in the meeting, and can look to see if you can unmute yourself. If not, there's also, do we still have the option for them to call in if that's not working for them? Is that not, would that phone number have been provided to them in the email?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry about that. Thank you for me having here. I'm about to cry, to be honestly, because it's been 2 years I'm trying to fight with this thing. I have idea as a parent that to have the accessible and affordable housing or like the child care services. But me, I live in a duplex, front garage duplex. Forget about the parking on the street. Like the parents, they drop off their kids on my driveway because it's all together, all shared, one kind of thing. Talk with them, talk with the owner, talk with the city, talk with the EPS even. Not really, like, because they just say they don't want to help or whatever. Now imagine this: the kids coming out and pick it up from the blind spot when I'm taking my car out or in, kind of thing. Like they literally bullying me right now because they know that I'm not home. They start from 7 o'clock, 7 people, 7 parents. They don't come out at the same time. 7 o'clock is started or 6 o'clock in the morning. My camera goes ting, 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 10 o'clock till morning. And then 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we start again because they come there to pick up their kids until 6 o'clock in the evening. So like I have to check every time what is the notification. Maybe somebody is there who's not supposed to be there. And there's another one. Now they don't even leave that one. Like they don't park on their property where they're supposed to drop off or pick up their kids from the neighbor home because we have a duplex, as I say, the front garage and is the driveway completely shared and like joined together. But they literally mark their tires on my driveway just to make sure that they know they tell me that literally they're bullying me completely on that one. It's a safety concern. And imagine this, that there is a child coming out from the car and they can come out from any time because that's their kids. That's their nature kind of thing in a natural way. But I'm who's taking the car out or in kind of thing. And like they can come anytime, from anywhere. So it's like really harassment for me when they don't even follow any kind of bylaw, any kind of property trespassing, and nothing else at all. I try to talk with the owner, like the house owner or daycare owner. They say they don't have time to deal with this. They don't have time to deal with this thing, but I have to deal with this thing for 2 years, every day, almost in the morning and in the evening. Imagine, let me come to your place 14 times in a day almost, and just come anytime and block your driveway. Like I can 100% tell this, nobody will be liking this thing to come every day almost at your driveway for like, and making you trouble there. Not only that, now because we have again, backyard also altogether is just a fence there. Like the noise also has come as a shift worker. I am, if I'm working the night, I have to sleep kind of thing, a good sleep in the night time, daytime. Like I cannot sleep, of course. You cannot tell them to volume down or something, throw the things, whatever they can do in the backyard. Third thing, if this house is like a basement is done on the renting place, so they don't have any separate side entrance. Imagine minus 25, minus 35. If there is a fire or a natural disaster, they cannot go out backyard because that's full with ice and snow. They cannot come from the front yard. Just unfortunately, if it is a front yard is blocked, a front entrance is blocked because of some reason, then they have literally the kids are trapped inside. So there is a way, but the houses are built for house only, for living. That's the purpose of house. Home, daycare home is a sensitive business where so many lives are on stake. So we cannot really just only because of the affordability have it. We cannot risk people's life and other people's peace and their property respect also. When the first car was built and was on the road, I think I'm 100% sure there was no seat belt. Now today we do have a seat belt as an international law because safety is first. we can save if we not have the seat belt, we can have saved $2,000 or $3,000. I don't know how much it costs, but do we really worth it to have this cost to remove the seat belt? No. So it's like all safety concern about like kids cannot come out from the house if there is a natural disaster, if there is a fire or something. They are like the parents are not respecting. Imagine this, my neighbor, they have a front, like we have both front garages, like double one. So we can have 4 cars, 2 for me, 2 for them. But they park one car desperate, like intentionally at one driveway. So they block one driveway of their car so that the parents will only come to my driveway. So if something happened by any chance, like they can sue me actually. So this is not only convenience about it or affordability. Now you're telling somebody, like you're giving them all the tools to make a trouble for somebody else.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll check to see, I know we're at 12. I just want to do a quick check to get a sense of where we're at in the agenda. Is there anyone have questions for our speaker? Okay, no, that's okay. That's a thorough presentation. I appreciate that. I just wanted to get a sense of where we were. So thank you very much for your presentation. What will happen, and I do just want to get a sense, do we have questions? How many folks, can you click on just if you have questions for administration, just so we get a sense of what our timing is when we come back, if you have questions? I'm not seeing any. Oh, there we go. Councillor Elliott's going to have questions for a minute. Perfect. I know we have a lunch and learn, so I think I don't want to just try to extend because one round of questions might turn into other questions. So let's. You have one question. Okay, I will check. Sorry. You guys, there'll be people speaking to it. So no, let's take our break, and we've got lots of time, and we'll come back at the lunch or at our after lunch break at 1:30. So. 1:30 p.m. we're on recess until, and we'll see you there. Thank you very much.
Back to order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and online. Councillor Parmar, are you online? And Councillor Principe? Ashley is. Councillor Salvador. Oh, and Councillor Principe, good, okay. I'll just do a quick check. Councillor Principe, I heard your voice. Councillor Morgan here. Councillor Jans is here. Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Clark will be here soon, I think. Councillor Tang will also be here soon. Councillor Parmar?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Salvador is here. Hello. Councillor Stevenson?
Hi.
Hello. Councillor Elliott and Councillor Wright. Hi. I know Councillor Elliott said he had one question, so we'll see if I never know why councillors just say one question, because like one question is going to turn into more than one. Councillor Elliott, let's see if you can do it in one.
I'm trying to remember right now. What I'm referencing is slide 7, which proposed changes to the child care services pickup and drop-off requirements. And if I'm looking, is that when I see the street parking restricted and then street parking unrestricted, what consideration is it for, because this is what's going through my head, is that if I'm dropping off my kiddo and it's February, windrows, how does that impact flow of traffic, safety, etc.? Is that taken into consideration? That's where my one question, Mayor, is coming from.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That definitely was identified. There's only areas in the city where we fully remove those windrows are on school sites. So for removal, there would need to be spaces dedicated on these already small sites, and there would be some budgetary concerns as well with that kind of consideration. However, daycare or childcare services locating some of these areas can make choices to be on areas where they can accommodate more on-site parking too if they want to.
Okay, and I'll generate a second question for you then. It's going to be the next thing. If this proposal goes forward, were those discussions, I'm making the assumption, but I don't want to assume here, those discussions will occur with those centers to say, hey, because given your point about with schools, the windrows are removed, and hopefully they'll be taken into consideration as well, to one, for safety, and two, for traffic flow. Can you provide any insight potentially on that?
So if the city were to remove them, there would be budgetary impacts to the city.
Okay, thank you then.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of administration. Is there any member of council who has questions related to new information that has arisen during the public hearing? And that can be for the speaker in favor or the speakers in opposition. Not seeing any.
Sorry,
oh, we do. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's all right. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question of like what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Because when I read the report, there aren't very many that we've declined, and we've actually approved a significantly amount more. And the reason I'm saying that is because I still am receiving quite a bit of parking complaints in a lot of the neighborhoods that I represent, especially in the ones that do have like the narrow roads already. I can't tell you, we visited over like 30 schools, and every single school has complained about parking in a very short period of time. And I would say it's like daycare or childcare spaces are probably just a smaller subset of what a school is. So what problem are we trying to solve with this change?
Through our review, this was the most varied consideration when trying to provide options for childcare closer to where people live. So this is one of the barriers that we've identified that we can remove to help enable closer opportunities for people to access childcare. And just to note that in the recommendations before you, there will still be on-site parking requirements, because we do recognize that there is this peak times that there are more impacts, and that's why also in these residential areas there's limitations. They're limited to being on corner sites because they have more street frontage, and they tend to be larger sites to help accommodate some of those different considerations with the childcare.
Councillor Parmar, I'll just add that through the one-year review of the zoning bylaw, Well, through the zoning bylaw itself, council and administration push forward to have childcare services happen more easily in our residential areas. And through the one-year review, council asked administration, what are the difficulties that childcare services are experiencing in general and in residential areas so that we can achieve this even more. And parking, through our analysis of the development permits and the variances that were issued, that's where that the parking came up as something that we can control and do something about to achieve those desired outcomes.
I think for me, when I looked at the approvals, the ones that were in the small scale, only 3 were refused by the city, and three were overturned by SDAB. So if you made these changes, would people still be able to go to SDAB and actually have public input?
If there were variances made on the permit.
Right, so you can see already that there were variances that were made and people came to SDAB to fight those and won 50% of the time. Is that, like, that's what I see in the report?
Correct.
So you would remove that, I think. Like, for me, I didn't see a huge problem for this change to occur. I understand why you're bringing it forward, but if there were 90% that got denied because of parking, that would be a very different conversation than a 3 out of how many?
1 second, I'll just pull that up. Out of 19. So yeah, 19 in 2024 and 14 in 2025.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that we do want to have more childcare. I'm just not, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Still on questions of new information, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question in regards to the parking. Some of the concerns I've heard are mostly related to the parking. And my concern is that if this passes, we're going to have more concerns in regards to parking. Does administration believe that this won't be an issue?
So as part of this work, we did do a traffic and parking study and took a look at what the impacts of existing childcare was there, and we found that it was not a significant negative impact for these sites due to the quick turnaround and the very short time period that this kind of activity occurs for childcare services. Kelly, if there's anything else you want to add about that?
Yes, I'd like to add that the study also observed that a number of the parents were already using the on-street parking, even though on-site pickup and drop-off spaces were available. And so it's a choice that's already being made by a number of people who frequent the daycares.
And I'll also add just that 5 out of the 10 sites that were studied were using fewer than the drop-off spaces required. So only 50% of the sites of the sites were using the parking that was required at the time, and also 17% of the visits were made by active transportation.
Okay, a lot of the concerns I'm hearing are from residents in the area, not necessarily from parents or from the providers. And this is my concern. Is there, and I guess at a public hearing, we are only considering the, not necessarily the behaviors of the drivers, but the land use. Correct?
Well, this is a text amendment to the zoning bylaw to change the drop-off requirements for childcare.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. But is there anything else we can do to address the concerns that we're hearing? Because this, I think, will be counterproductive to the concerns I'm hearing.
Right. So, yeah, if you're not supportive of the changes, then it would be the will of council to not support these.
Right, okay, all right. And then in regards to the other amendments, the corner sites that abut collector roads or arterial roads, currently, mid-block developments are allowed, correct?
No, childcare services are not currently permitted mid-block unless they are right next to a non-residential use or we're in a building that was previously a non-residential use. The existing regulations limit childcare services to corners with single detached housing or corners abutting a collector or arterial roadway. So mid-block childcare services typically do not occur, and they are different and distinct from day homes, if that's sort of where your line of think is going.
Not necessarily, not in regards to day homes. I am wondering about childcare services specifically. So they are currently not allowed mid-block.
Generally, yes, with those exceptions, if there's already a non-residential building there, or if they're next to a non-residential, like a commercial development is right next to them, or something institutional like a church, etc. But in
So
most
these
cases, no.
Okay, so I'm trying to get an understanding because it sounds very similar to the text amendments that are recommended by administration. Sounds very similar to what you've just stated.
So those are regulations that already exist in the small-scale residential zones. We're not recommending any changes to those. We are just actually recommending adding those to some of the special area zones.
Just to the special areas, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette on new information.
Yeah, I just noticed that in the presentation for the non-conforming building, can you expand on that a little bit, please? You've got 5 times that varied.
Which slide, sir?
Or slide 4? Or page 4.
Oh, the non-conforming. That case could be a variety of things, such as there's a front driveway where we wouldn't allow a front driveway or something like that occurs, or a different setback that we no longer would have those same setbacks.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. And guide me if I'm straying too far off here, Mr. Haldane, but I think about like the use case of all of this and some of the questions sometimes in the community that I get in my inbox about like, well, this was zoned for that, they advertise for that, but they're not operating for that. And do we have any, like, is that something that we even like consider at the city? Like if someone is like zoning for something and then don't utilize that zone, that's really not, I mean, that's a business decision. That's not a land use decision.
Correct. When we look at these zones, there's a variety of things that they're enabled to do, and what a business owner is advertising, we can't control that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll add that the zoning is not proscriptive. It doesn't tell you what you must do.
What you must do. It's just what you could do.
What you could do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of new information. So therefore, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Jan, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Just waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor
I'll
Jan.
move first reading.
Moved by Councillor Jan. So I have a seconder for first reading on that item.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Anyone wishing to speak, please click on the board. I hear clicking, so I'm going to wait a moment because I assume that means people are trying to click to speak.
The clerks don't want us to, it's all grayed out.
It's not letting
Hang on, it's not letting that, yeah, I see the gray symbol on our icon, so we're gonna open that up so that people can have the opportunity to click on to speak. Currently. We might, if eScribe won't let us activate the mics, we might have to do it the good old-fashioned way. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, what is that button?
Oh, it's activated. Okay, councillors can please click on. Now you can go for anyone who wishes to speak. Councillor Stevenson, please start.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to take a quick moment to commend this really excellent report. I thought it was really, really thorough and certainly answered a lot of the questions that I had. I think I was the mover of the original motion that led to this one-year review, and it was really based on my concern that we would be limiting childcare facilities by not allowing the mid-block. But I think the data that we see come back, you know, again, that's something that I'm open to in the future, but I think that the data that we've seen come back has shown that we have been able to accommodate a lot of these facilities within the existing framework. And I think there's really clear rationale about how the corner lots help accommodate the necessary pickup and drop-off spaces. I particularly appreciated the parking and loading study. I think having sort of those fact-based ground truthing of what we're seeing, recognizing that some sites may have variations, there may be some that are much busier than others. I think that it's always helpful to get a basing in some of these sites in reality. So yeah, fully support these proposed changes. As everything with the zoning bylaw, ensure that, you know, I hope that this will continue to evolve as needed if we notice other trends or other gaps or barriers to providing these really essential services in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I very much support this. Yeah, obviously we've heard the issues of people don't even want to use the on-site pickup and drop-off because it causes even more traffic congestion. I will just take a minute to comment on the fact that we're very obviously a car city. We're designed around cars, just like pretty much every new North American city, and that causes a lot of frustration and congestion. And that is actually one of the reasons why it's so important for us to offer alternate forms of transportation, like transit, like multi-use paths where people can walk, run, bike, whatever it is, because with a growing population, we're only going to see more vehicles on the road, more people trying to access services with their vehicles, especially around schools and daycares, which is the last place you want to see frustration occurring. And it's the last place you want to see dangerous maneuvers or frustrated parents. And so to reduce at least one friction point is important, but I would hope that as we move forward, we continue as a city to offer all these other forms of transportation so that people aren't so reliant on their cars, because as we know, I'm not traffic, everyone else is traffic, but you know, let's, if we can offer better options, then we absolutely should. And reducing a friction point is a good idea. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Chance to close.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're all well aware that there's a school overcrowding issue in many parts of Edmonton right now, and as a result, schools are having to take what was previously non-academic space, be it stages, music rooms, other spaces, and convert it into classroom, and that often results in childcare getting bumped out of the school. So I can think of a couple instances where this has happened in short order, and in one case, the community was lucky that a parent or friend of the childcare center had a home on a corner that they could sell to the childcare society at a good rate so that they could actually go forth and try and figure out a solution here. Those instances are rare though. Corner lots are much more expensive, and there's still way too many impediments to childcare. And I just come back in my head that if we want to reduce cars and reduce traffic, we have to reduce car trips. If we want to reduce car trips, we have to allow childcare to actually be where the kids are, so your parents aren't having to drive you to the childcare. That is, again, I think the part of the problem is we have these traffic issues around daycare. Why? Because that's the only daycare in the entire neighborhood, so people are converging on that daycare. If we had more daycare that's more walkable, where kids and chariots and parents and scooters and strollers and everyone can get to those destinations, we won't have these same conflict points. You'll have many more alternatives to driving. So once again, it's like chicken and egg. Why do we have the traffic and parking problems? Well, because you have to drive there. Why do you have to drive there? Because we don't allow them to be located where people want to be and where people are. So for me, I love this. I'll certainly support it. It's a great report. I echo the compliments of my colleagues, but I just wonder, I would be really curious from administration if we're at the point where we just need to remove any restriction on daycare altogether, that children are welcome in our community, they have rights, they deserve the benefits just like anybody else, and that if they and a group of their little buddies are going to set up and have a daycare at this place mid-block, we should let them. And if that happens more often, great, because that means we'll have less traffic and less congestion and less issues everywhere else. So I really appreciate this, and just the opportunity to have a quieter daycare mid-block. Eventually one day I'd love that, just having the nice big yard and a space where you're not on a busy road and everything else. That would be the dream. But in the meantime, I think this has some very sensible moves, and I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote on first reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Jans, you want to move second reading?
So moved.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Elliott, I think it's second last.
Second.
Yeah, Councillor Elliott seconded. Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Councillor Jans.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans.
I'll move third and final reading.
Second.
Of which bylaw?
21519.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote. They tell me you got to read the number, so got to read the number.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-2. Who are they? Who knows? But there it is. That is carried 11-2, and we'll just do a quick check. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Do I have any? Not seeing any. We are adjourned at
Sorry.
Whoa.
Mayor Knack, Kevin Haldane.
Oh yeah, you want to give us the heads up on the other item, please?
I did want to give the charge on the open public hearing that is ongoing in respect of those items that were adjourned to, or postponed, pardon me, to the July 6th hearing, and to say that council should be careful about engaging on these issues, taking positions in the media, and otherwise making any decision based on information that does not come in through the public hearing process. This time, it's important to note that this is about the rezoning and not about engagement issues. Obviously, council is going to be meeting with the public on engagement. Engagement broadly, fine. That particular rezoning is still the subject of an open public hearing.
Thank you. So just, and that's maybe a good reminder, so just for everyone, that means at the committee meeting, we are not to talk at all about this specific rezoning, because that is not a public hearing. That is a committee meeting on a separate issue. While there might be a connection point at some point, we are not to talk about that specific item at the committee meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just. You can absolutely talk about engagement in the broader community of Rosedale, that whole river crossing area, but we should not be talking about that specific application.
Yes, I believe if I understood the back and forth correctly, that's exactly it.
Yeah, engagement about Rosedale broadly is absolutely valid at that committee meeting, but just to be very clear and thoughtful. So, okay, great. Thank you. And that's it. Now we're adjourned. 1:55. Thank you, everyone.